8:25. We're starting off our morning with our Market Lamb Show. Our first class of the day are feeder lambs. We have two entries, one from Izzy Capizella from Louisa and Kerrigan Kirby from Clark.
Well, good morning. Pleasure to be here this morning. Worked through market lambs today. Had a great time yesterday and enjoyed the youth here and then certainly enjoyed the livestock. We got a couple of feeder lambs that come out here in our first class and give the kids opportunity to exhibit those and represent themselves, and a really nice pair of sheep just from a quality standpoint. These lambs are extended and they're elevated. They're long in terms of their hind saddle. Lead off this feeder class with the one that's uniquely the widest and the densest in terms of body type, the boldest in her rib cage, the one that carries the most productive muscle shape right there, blade back to loin edge out through her hip and dock. She's just a bit better in terms of her lines. She's a little further along from a maturity and muscularity standpoint, compositionally very correct, a very high quality sheep. One that comes two in class, a little taller and more extended, one that you appreciate for his flexibility, his length of spine and elevation. He progressively widens shoulder back, one that you like just in terms of his genuine build. He needs to be a shot wider. He needs to have more genuine turn to his rib cage, and in relation to framework in our class winner, needs to be more muscular right down his top and out through his leg. But good quality stock. Nice way to start off this morning.
In your feeder class, first place goes to Kerrigan Kirby, second to Izzy Capizella. Our next class starts our first division. This is our South Down Market Lamb class. We have Jasper Sponogle from Highland, Clue Sponogle from Highland, Lily Bowman from Montgomery, Bella Gibson from Louisa, Daniel James from Madison, and Charlotte Bowman from Montgomery. These South Downs range in weight from 110 to 140 pounds.
Well, a very nice class, and certainly differences in type and kind, some weight differences, but freshness in this particular class sorts the trio to the front. More quality look and just general balance in the trio right here at the start. The one that lights me up in this class is the young lady up front. He's the densest down low. He's the most rugged in his build. He's the most expressive in his shape up top. That's the one that comes in with the biggest barrel, the most width underneath, and the one that as you get over the top of him, you like him from a shape standpoint, progression of width standpoint. He's just pretty dominant in this particular class. He could be a notch leaner. We could make him a notch shallower there just in his chest floor comparative to the world of sheep, but that's a great place to start here. Young man in 2 has the one most similar from a shape standpoint, particularly when you get right in behind him. He's fresher in his last rib back to loin edge, and the one that comes in 3, he balances reasonably well. I like his top line. I like him on the move from a flexibility standpoint. We just need to put more in him in terms of shape up high, side shape from his stifle joint to the outside curvature of his leg. A similar story with the one that comes for me in 3. I'd like to tuck his chest up in him a bit. I'd like to spread him wider at the edge of his loin. And as that one tracks away from me, I want to give him a shot more shape and muscle, stand right in front of him. We certainly want to see a stronger shape to his forearm, but that's a very nice sheep that comes in. His cutability and freshness is the reason he sets right here in 3 ahead of the rest. Young lady here in 4 has one that I'm going to say could have been or maybe was. I like that sheep from a balance standpoint, a length of hip and hind saddle standpoint. He's big-footed, he's robust just in terms of bone work. He's flexible in his movement. We got to freshen that guy up. He's got to have more shape up top. We have to expand the edge of his loin and freshen him. We can do that. That one's got the right kind of build to move up toward the front of this class. A little leaner, thinner sheep that gets a little drier bodied comes next in class. Want to freshen him up quite a bit and put more shape in him just from sheer muscularity, top side skeleton, and as you get in behind him, he's got big feet and legs. He's practical in terms of his flexibility and balance. He doesn't have enough to him. Round out our class with one that gets a little mature out here for me. You can see his breastplate sticking out and down. Want to tuck him up there, change his balance. You get on top side. We have to freshen that one quite a bit, just put more real muscle shape in him to move him up. Congratulate the young people, please.
Results for your South Down class. First place goes to Bella Gibson. Second to Clue Sponagle. Third to Jasper Sponagle. Fourth to Charlotte Bowman. Fifth to Lily Bowman. And sixth to Daniel James. Next up in Class 2, we have our white-faced market lambs. We have Kerrigan Kirby from Clark, Avery Chisholm from Bedford, Carson McLeod from Rockingham, Gage Sather from Louisa, Rachel DeBoer from Madison, Charlotte Bowman from Montgomery, Evelyn Dudding from Craig, Whitney Norman from Fauquier, and Lily Bowman from Montgomery.
Well, a good class here, and I think a quality sort and a freshness sort here with the four that come at the front of our class. Tell you what I see and why I organize them the way I do. And agree or disagree, I'll explain what I'm doing out here. Without question, the one that sets himself apart for me is the young lady here that leads off. The nicest balanced. One of, if not the freshest, right down his top, and the one that you just get into in terms of his spine shape, his flexibility. Combine that with his look from the side, the three-quarter. Get in front of him or behind him. He's progressional in terms of width. He's good underneath. Hey, logic sorts him here. Now, how do you change him? Well, we can make him bigger at the edge of his loin. We could give him more side shape comparative to the world of sheep. Just make him a bit more robust in his cage, but that's a really nice one that leads off here. The one most similar to him comes second in class. I'd like to change this one right down his spine. I'd like to change the angle of his shoulder, but in terms of body type and rib cage and real shape, muscularity, cutability, that's a nice place to be. His neck comes out a little low. He's a little upright in his shoulder angle and knee. Doesn't move and maintain his spine as well as our class winner, but a nice one there that's two. One that's pretty fun to look at in terms of top line and length of hind saddle and hip comes here, three in class. Sheep gets a little down in his front, a little longer shouldered, if you will. As you get right over the top of him, comparatively, he gives up too much shape, last rib back, and you step in behind him. We have to drop that guy in terms of his twist. We need to give him more real meat animal shape behind his shoulder. A more practical option from a cutability standpoint comes four in class. This one right here, I'm just going to call her the highest cutability sheep of the class, and that's something that's important to me. I like that about that sheep. Lean, muscular, handling quality's good. Just gets too frail down low at the surface. I want to make that one stouter low. I want to give her more real underline shape and security into her flank, but that's a high quality sheep as well. The one that comes five in class just gets a little plainer looking in depth of shoulder, gets a little plainer to the touch and handle. The one that's six, we've got one that's just got to be freshened up in terms of skin, touch, and tone. We've got a very muscular sheep here, gets upright in her shoulder angle and knee. His shoulder angle and knee doesn't move well enough, pushes his hock out of his skeleton, gets too dry flanked. A pair down here that just have to be freshened up. Quality stock all the way top to bottom. Congratulate the young people.
Results in Class 2 for our white-faced market lambs. First place goes to Evelyn Dudding. Second to Charlotte Bowman. Third to Rachel DeBoer. Fourth, Carson McLeod. Fifth, Whitney Norman. Sixth, Lily Bowman. Seventh, Avery Chisholm. Eighth, Gage Sather. And ninth, Kerrigan Kirby. Our third and final class in this division are our white-faced cross market lambs. We have Madison McLeod from Rockingham, Alyssa Kopp from Washington, Eli Gibson from Louisa, Gannon Long from Rockingham, Charity Osborne from Smith, Samantha Wills from Fluvanna, and Sarah Poisner from Shenandoah. Our official photographer for the State Fair of Virginia for this weekend is Mandy Rooker Photography. You can access all of the photos taken this weekend at mandyrooker.smugmug.com.
extremely competitive young people here that come in this front end of this particular class, and some differences in sheep down the line. Freshness and muscularity and bone density and balance all set here with our class winner. This is the one that's the stoutest at the surface, the best in his cage, the freshest in his touch, and he's the most muscular. When you get on the side of him, for me, that's the nicest balanced one too, because of his cylindrical shape and his cage, his practicality and usefulness of his back leg compared to both 2 and 3. I think logic sorts him right here. World of Sheep, we get his neck up higher out of his spine. We can put more forearm and sheer width at that one as he comes to us, but that's a nice place to start. Decision for me is 2 and 3, and I'll tell you what I see and why I rank them the way I do. 2 is the one that's the most elevated, the most extended, the freshest in his skin and touch. He's the one that's the flattest in his top line, the most level out of his hip and pin set, the best in terms of his hock shape and where he sets his angles down low at the surface. He's the one for me that's the best at his lower chest and his push back in. Just from a sheer muscularity and bone density standpoint, he's given up some to the one that comes 2 in class. This 1 and 2 is a little bolder just in terms of his cage, his shape up high, his dimension from the side as you read stifle joint, the curvature of leg is a bit better. As we set him in motion, that one maintains a better look from the side. He's more up into his chest. He's better at his lower chest. Here's the one that maintains a leveler spine set. Without question, the best hind leg sets in 2. The one that comes in 3, good shape. I like that one. Well, we just have to make him balance a bit better, and I sure want to fix the way he runs his hock and his pasturing to the surface and back, but that's a good one as well. He's better just in terms of shape as you get on the side of him, depth of twist, comparative to the one that comes directly behind him. He's a bit fresher to the touch, if you will. If we could span the loin of the 1 in 4 just a bit, I'd consider moving that one up in class. He just gets a little round, last rib back to hip. I want to change him there. He comes out and you watch him walk. He drops his shoulder, his neck. He sets just a little lower, gets a little plainer in terms of his look on the move. Nice Sheep comes next in class, and one that I like just from a levelness of spine standpoint. Get him behind that guy. We've got to give him a shot more in the seat of his pants. We've got to square him up in his hock placement compared to those that come out front, make him more genuine in terms of his running gear and back. Nice stock out here. Congratulate the young people.
For Class 3 White-Faced Cross Market Lambs, first place goes to Charity Osborne, second to Samantha Wills, third to Sarah Poyser, fourth Eli Gibson, fifth Alyssa Kopp, sixth Madison McLeod, and seventh Gannon Long. We're now going to have our Division I Champion Market Lamb drive. First place from Class 1 was Bella Gibson. First place from Class 2 was Evie Dudding. First place from Class 3, Charity Osborne. Second place from Class 1, Clue Sponagle. Second place from Class 2, Charlotte Bowman. And second place from Class 3, Samantha Wills.
Well, put your hands together for the young people here with your class winners and your seconds. It's a pretty strong group, if you ask me, out here just in terms of quality, particularly our front line. I think we just got combinations of structural integrity and balance and shape that come to us a bit fresher and more muscular than the ones that come behind. But a really good set there behind as well that follow out of those respective classes. Here, our class winner in one, big and dense at the surface. One that has some shape up top. He's not quite as fresh as the pair behind him, just in terms of his touch, but he's arguably the widest underneath, just coming directly to you there as he comes out the gate. And I like those things about that sheep. He won that, dominated that particular class just from a quality and density standpoint. He's got some topside shape. He progresses well. You can see from the side and a 3/4 comparatively, he gets a little longer in his shoulder, deeper there in his chest. His skin and his touch isn't quite as fresh, but that's a good one. There out of our first class. The one out of our second class was dominant in his class as well. One that balances so good from the side. His symmetry is excellent. Love his top line. His underline fits into him well. He's flexible. He's high quality in terms of his touch. He could be just a shot wider, just a shot bolder. Progressively widen and have a shot more shape there up top. But that one, he does a lot of good things, and by combinations, he's extremely high quality when you talk about his balance, his ability to move, and athleticism, and his shape and touch. The one that comes out of our last class, dominant in terms of shape and muscularity. That's a relatively lean sheep in relation to his framework and size. I like that. His neck doesn't come out exactly perfect. He's a little rounder shouldered compared to the one right in front of him. You get on top of him, though, and he spans well. He's shapely up top. He's good in terms of the edge to his loin. He stands on a big set of running gear as well, and one that you like just in terms of his practicality, his function, and still his show ring presence is good. His elevation up front is good as well. Those in back, as I said, real nice stock, things that I want to pick on just in each one of them. My two favorites here lie in the front line. Young lady out of the second class has your champ. Young lady out of the third class is reserved. We bring those seconds up for your Virginia bred scenario here, and I think it snugs right up into where we're at just from a quality sort. Boy, we've got some good ones out here. One that suits me the best out of those probably comes the most unique in terms of his density, his flexibility, and squareness in back. Young lady here in the front will have that one.
So your results for your Division I champion drive: champion goes to Evelyn Dudding, and reserve goes to Charity Osborne. The Virginia bred champion Your Virginia bred champion was Bella Gibson. Evelyn Dudding was also your champion Virginia bred. Reserve champion Virginia bred was Bella Gibson. We're now starting Division II with our first class, Blackface Market Lambs. In the ring, we have Nathan Paris from Pennsylvania, Nathan Capizella from Louisa, Clue Sponagle from Highland, Roxana Horn from Augusta, Braylon Jones from Clark, and Kinsey Dellinger from Rockingham. These lambs range in weight from 90 to 107 pounds.
Well, the level design big rib muscular sheep comes out here and wins the class. The one that's got the most quality from center body to flank. The one that's better just in terms of her joint work and back and the way she handles her hock and back leg placement. That's a good sheep in terms of progression of width and shape. In the world of sheep, we'd like to tuck her breastplate up into her, lay her shoulder angle back, and make her move a little better out front. But that's a nice one there that leads off. A shot higher cutability probably in two, but one for me that, albeit the fact she's neater up front, she's also rounder hip. Here's one that doesn't handle her hock and back leg as good. From an underlying quality standpoint, sure want to drop her in her center body and flank, level her up from her last rib back as we set her in motion. Cutability and freshness set itself between 2 and 3. Between 2 and 3. Here, the speckled sheep in 3 is taller shouldered, nicer looking just in terms of length of spine and design right down his top, right out through his hip. I like his levelness on the move a bit better. That sheep's not fresh enough in terms of his shape and his touch when you get right over the top of him. The one that comes in 4, deeper body kind of a sheep, one that's got a nice return to his forerib, doesn't have enough in the seat of his pants, not fresh enough to the touch. Round out 5 and 6 with a pair of lambs that don't have quite enough to them just from a muscularity and condition standpoint. Sure want to give those a shot more feed in there and just make them a bit stouter down low. Congratulate the young people.
Results for your first class of Division II. First place goes to Braylon Jones. Second to Clue Sponagle. Third, Roxana Horn. Fourth, Kinsey Dellinger. Fifth, Nathan Paris. And sixth, Nathan Capizella. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Blackface Market
Well, this sheep that leads off suits me just in terms of his ability to move, his mobility and athleticism in the ring is better than 2 and 3. He's the best in terms of his body shape right out the back of his shoulder, the most expressive bar none in terms of his rack. And young man does a really nice job of getting that thing presented. I'm going to tell you, he's a little full. And if that bothers you, it doesn't really bother me. And I tell you why, because his cage, his shape, his freshness, his agility, his bar none in here the best, and I like that. Oh, if we could put a shot of fur on him down low, we can make him a notch leaner. Could always spread his loin just a little further to the side. You get right in front of that one. That one's the most genuine in terms of width, still up in his chest, neat in terms of where his neck sets out the top of his blade. My decision for me is 2 and 3, and where you want to place your emphasis. The taller shouldered, best one just in terms of his look from the side comes in 2. The more muscular one sets in 3, and I'm going to line up with 2. I like his leanness. I like his freshness up top. He doesn't handle his hock perfectly. He wants to get it a little straight, shoves it just as far to the edge of his body as where we need to see it. But I think he holds himself a bit more flexible just in terms of where he sets out of his shoulder. Without question, I think he's a neater, taller shouldered, more extended sheep up front. He gives up a shot of shape to the 1 and 3. I like the added punch that you see in this one's leg when she goes directly away from me. Here's one that does push her hock out of her skeleton, gets more upright in her shoulder angle and knee, but that's a fresh handling, big backed one there. Just want to change her from a balance standpoint, want to secure her hock a bit better. Young man comes next in class, high cut ability sheep, runs out of steam, not quite fresh enough. Need to have that one denser down low, more shape up high and fresher touching. Big rack sheep, pretty fresh to the touch right in the front half of his skeleton, comes next in class, rounds a bit at the back edge of his loin. He's got to maintain a leveler look out of his dock as we set him in motion. Bigger footed option here, one that's a little longer spined. I like. You can see the top line that we have in this one gets a little rougher in terms of design. Shoulders up, knees a bit forward. Doesn't move as well, doesn't balance as well as we need to see. Round out our class here with one that just gets a bit leaner, doesn't have quite enough shape and muscularity here to compete in this particular grouping. Good stock. Congratulate the kids.
Results in your second class in this division. First place goes to Sawyer Wilkins. Second to Landon Kibler. Third, Landon McLeod. Fourth, Jasper Spunogle. Fifth, Emily Hammer. Sixth, Avery Chisholm. And seventh, Sonny Sanders. Our third and final class in Division 2, we'll have Stella Gibson from Louisa, Scarlett Beasley from Caroline, Emma Donnelly from Clark, Connor Spangler from Floyd, Hayden Rubush from Augusta, Emily Hartzell from Clark, Liam Morris from Augusta, Nathan Paris from Pennsylvania, and Torrin Jones from Clark. These lambs range in weight from 117 to 120 pounds. We need our first and second folks from classes 1. First and seconds from classes 1 and 2, please check back in. Division 2, classes 1 and 2. Our shows would not be possible today without the help of our show staff and volunteers. Clerking today's shows is Cynthia Hurst, VCE Program Assistant for Pulaski County 4-H. Lining up our classes is State Fair Virginia Youth Meat Goat Show Superintendent Emily Edwards, 4-H agent from Augusta County. In the ring, we have Dr. Scott Greiner, Extension Beef and Sheep Specialist from Virginia Tech. And special thanks to Natalie Blevins and Marnie Caldwell, State Fair Virginia Youth Livestock Advisory Council members, for securing our Youth Sheep Show awards and sponsorships.
Well, a pair of sheep out here that surface in terms of width and body type and cage and muscularity, and amongst that pair, without question, the best one at his lower chest, his shoulder, in terms of the turn to his rib, his freshness there at the edge of his loin, his ability to move and to get out, his athleticism, both out of his shoulder and out of his hock. That sits right here in our class winner. One that I like quite a bit. I like that kind of sheep. I like that body type. I like that width, flexibility, freshness. He's got a lot of quality to him. If I could smooth him up down his top just a bit from the side, I'd like that better. If I could genuinely make him a little bigger in type and kind, I'd probably like that a little better as well. But that's an awful good one here, comes ahead and surfaces. The one it comes to most similar to him in terms of width, muscularity, rib shape, freshness, lots of things working here that are good. His shoulder angle is up just a bit. His knee's not as genuine in terms of where it sets when we move him. We'll get him back of that when he wants to shove his hock just a bit. He's a little rounder at the end of his dock, not as cool in terms of his balance and symmetry. Doesn't handle with the kind of rib cage that we see in our class winner, but a good one in 2. He beats 3. Because he's wider, he's bolder in his cage, he's fresher in his loin, and he's got that added shot of real meat animal shape when you read him in a side shape from his stifle joint to the outside curvature of his leg. I told the young lady I like this sheep. I like his elevation. I like his look from the side. There's a lot of quality in that lamb in terms of his structural integrity, his movement, his lines. Not enough sheep compared to the ones that come right in front of him. If we can give that one a shot more loin, make him denser, make him wider, make him more shapely, that one gets to move up toward the front. More shapely option comes next in class, albeit the fact that he's rounder shouldered, lower set in his chest and neck. For me, not as good in terms of where he sets his hock and back foot placement. Round out our top 5. Young man's got a nice one there that's flat-backed and shapely, good in terms of her underline. She's a little more upright in her shoulder angle and knee. She carries a little more condition. Nice sheep down here, not enough to them compared to what we have in this particular class. Congratulate the young people.
Results for that third class: first place goes to Emma Donnelly. Second goes to Hayden Rubush. Third, Stella Gibson. Fourth, Emily Hartzell. Fifth, Torin Jones. Sixth, Nathan Paris. Seventh, Scarlett Beasley. And eighth, Connor Spangler. We'll now have our Division II champion drive. First place from Class 1, Braylon Jones. First place from Class 2, Sawyer Wilkins. First place from Class 3, Emma Donnelly. Second place from Class 1, Clue Sponagle. Second place from Class 2, Landon Kibler. Second place from Class 3, Hayden Rubush.
Well, a good division here, small sheep, albeit high-quality sheep. First class had a logical class winner, the densest, the most shapely, one that's a very high cutability type ewe lamb there. could be bigger and bolder right down low. In the world of sheep, need to balance that one up a notch neater. The one that was second out of that class just gave up a lot of power, a lot of underlying quality comparatively. You get on either end, not as wide, not as bold in the center, not as good in our underline. They're out of class two. I think a logical class winner, one that progressively widens, shapely, fresher back than the one that come behind, better in terms of hock placement, albeit the fact he's a little full. He's still a high quality sheep. He's got some width up front, some forearm shape, one that's good in his cage and shapely. I want him back, a little taller shouldered, kind of an option. One that wasn't as good in terms of hock placement, not as fresh at the back edge of his loin. Just talked the last class, an elite class winner here. Build and balance is exceptional. Want to make him just a shot bigger to the world of sheep from an elevation standpoint, but he's small and pretty mighty. The one that comes out back, really wide, big-footed kind of a sheep. Lots of shape up top in terms of rack, wide stifle to stifle, chest and shoulders out a bit more in that one. Spine doesn't set right in there. Not quite as long in terms of hip and hind saddle. Doesn't function quite as well out of her hock. So that's what I see. Put your hands together for the young people, if you will. Your champion's a dominant Class 3 winner. Your reserve is going to be Class 2.
All right, your champion comes from Class 3, exhibited by Emma Donnelly. And your reserve comes from Class 2, exhibited by Sawyer Wilkins. We'll now choose a Virginia bred champion and reserve.
For your Virginia bred, we bring these back out, and the one that suits me the best, just from a width, shape, freshness, rib cage standpoint, young lady here that's out of Class 3. That'll be your champ out of that particular grouping.
So out of Class 3, our champion will be Hayden Rubush.
Big pretty sheep moves up into place, one that I like from the side. Told you get on either end of that one. Skeleton, hey, we want to have one that's just a bit wider, one that's stouter, denser, and truly more shapely. Young man up front's got your reserve.
Your reserve Virginia bred comes from Class 1, exhibited by Braylon Jones. We'll now start our third division. Class 1 in our third division, we're going to have Alice Poyser from Shenandoah, Bradley Murphy from Gloucester, Marcus Gomez from Gloucester, Luke Sumner from Franklin, Emily Hartzell from Clark, Casey Redifer from Grayson, Brant Kibler from Shenandoah, and Braylon Jones from Clark.
Well, the most proportional, best balanced, most symmetric sheep from the side comes first in our class. He's the one for me that runs uphill, still has the right kind of quality underline, forerib shape, and freshness up top. He's not probably the most muscular out here, and I frankly can't tell you how he handles his back leg. He's a bit of an idiot just in terms of how he wants to walk and get out and go. I think he probably swings them and shoves them a little far for me, but in relation to the rest of the class, just look at him there. Look at his shallowness of heart, his cylindrical body shape, his fresh top shape. He progressively widens. That's a logical place for me to start. The one that comes two in class, another dense boned one that's big and fresh up top in terms of his back. His added shot of quality look, elevation, right there at the base of his chest, his top of his shoulder, his top line is why he beats the 1 in 3. 1 in 3 is a shot more muscular, a shot wider, and I like that about that little sheep. He also gets deeper chested, gets longer in terms of his blade, sets lower to the ground, plainer up front. He's got a great touch. He's fresh. He's muscular, but I want to change him up front, make him more elevated. I want to make him more youthful looking at the base of his chest, more extended, if you will, there out of the top side of his shoulder. The one that comes next in class, young man's got a good sheep. Very practical, functional, one that's got some quality in terms of his look, his rib. He's got some muscularity. He's a little rough in terms of the edge to his loin. I want to freshen him there. I want to make him more attractive and just make him balance a bit better. The one that comes 5 in class, a big-footed kind of a sheep, real good, right behind her shoulder. But last rib back, you can see her fade at the edge of her loin. Here's one that's got to move better, balance better, and definitely be fresher. Nice stock over here. Talk to the young people about them. Put your hands together, if you will.
Our first class of Division III, first place goes to Brant Kibler. Second place goes to Casey Redifer. Third, Alice Poyser. Fourth, Braylon Jones. Fifth, Emily Hartzell. Sixth, Luke Sumner. Seventh, Bradley Murphy. And eighth, Marcus Gomez. For Division III Class 2, we have Hannah Cyphers from Washington, Ella Miller from Wythe, Charity Osborne from Smith, Stella Gibson of Louisa, Leslie Linton from Stafford, Chuck Connor from Nottoway, Connor Spangler from Floyd, Casey Redifer from Grayson, and Carly Gallahan from Orange.
Well, a non-negotiable class winner here at the front of this class, and tons of quality in this particular sheep. And commend you for the leg wool. It doesn't make him that good, that much better than the rest. What makes him better than the rest is his body, his shape, his freshness, his quality look from the side. I like that sheep quite a bit. I think his underpinning is good. He's square. Here's one that's incredible in terms of his cage. His look up front's exceptional. Very, very smooth and fresh to the touch. Like that one quite a bit. I'd like to change his ability to reach and go just a bit. I'd like to make him move just a bit more fluid, limber him up, if you will, particularly out of his rear tube, but that's a very high quality one that leads off the class. The one most like him comes second in class. Good cage in this sheep, fresh touching, good muscularity and shape, not as dynamic in terms of his underline, his balance from the side, not as good just down at the surface in terms of width and squareness, but that one's logically the second best one out here. The one that comes three in class, the one that follows most closely from a freshness standpoint of that top pair, he's not wide enough. He needs to be pulled apart. He needs to be bolder. He needs to have a shot more shape. And compared to the ones behind him, he's not as wide and he's not as dense or as muscular. But the reality is he is the fresh one of the trio that stands here without question the best in terms of freshness from his last rib back to his hip and loin. Just want to make that one a notch wider. The one that comes next in class, oh so close for me. I like the front half of this sheep exceptionally well. Very round bodied, very shapely racked. That thing is also round loin. And he's very, very dry at the edge of his loin. He's got to be fresher. Got big feet, big feature. I like that about him. Step in behind him, watch him move. He's got too much lateral deviation in his hock. He's not fresh enough out here for me, folks. We got to freshen that kind up, but that's got some quality to him. One that rounds out our top five, similar story. Bigger, more extended sheep. Front half is nice. Not enough there at the edge of his loin or in the seat of his pants for me. Want to freshen that guy up as well, but quality livestock out here, top to bottom. If you would, congratulate these young people.
Results for the second class of Division III. First place goes to Hannah Cyphers. Second, Ella Miller. Third, Casey Redifer. Fourth, Charity Osborne. Fifth, Leslie Linton. Sixth, Stella Gibson. Seventh, Chuck Connor. Eighth, Carly Gallahan. And ninth, Connor Spangler. Our third and final class of Division III, we have Chloe Wilson of Appomattox, Heidi Rubush of Augusta, Campbell Bosserman of Nelson, Ella Miller from Wythe, Luke Sumner from Franklin, Lucy Williams from Essex, Lindsay Davis from Frederick, Robert Ford from Warren, Eli Gibson from Louisa, and Torrin Jones from Clark. Classes 1 and 2, Division III. First and second place, please check back in for the drive. Division III, classes 1 and 2. First and second place.
Well, big feet and feature and rib cage and muscularity and cut ability set with our class winner. One for me that I'd like to smooth him up down his top line. I'd like to make him more genuine in terms of his top and underline both. In this grouping, in this class, he's extremely dense at the surface. He's very, very shapely compared to the rest. And here's one that's fresher from his last rib back to his hip. Just want to change his balance a bit from the side, but real logical place to start for me. The best looking one comes two in class, albeit the fact that he's narrower, he's flatter in his cage, he's not quite as shapely up top, but that's a fresher, better skeleton option than the 1 in 3. I wished he was wider, more cylindrical shaped, and a little more crisp in terms of top shape. You get in behind him, I want to get him just a bit denser. You talk about skeletal quality, though, between 2 and 3. That's the one that's good in his shoulder angle and knee. He's the one that's practical, flexible, useful, square in his hock as he goes directly away. He gives up some body and some rack shape, some side shape and dimension to the one that comes third. I like the forerib and cage in this sheep. I like the way his rack jumps up out of his top. Here's one that gets drier and rounder at the edge of his loin. You can see him standing or in motion, shoulder forward, knee forward, hock pulls in, has the most deviation there. I just want to change his balance, make his skeletal quality a bit better comparatively. Good looking one comes next in class. I wish this one was fresh. If this one was fresh backed and fresh loin, he'd move up toward the front of our class. He does push his hock out of his skeleton. I want to wrangle that back into him, but that one's high quality in terms of his look from the side. He's elevated. He's good in his lines. That's one that's big-footed and dense. Not fresh enough for me. Round out our top 5 with a big cage, pretty functional, fundamental sheep, one that's wide and pretty sound, gets too plain looking. Elevation needs to be better. Freshness from a leanness standpoint needs to be a bit better, but that one's got some basic parts that we need in market livestock. Out here we've got some others that just have a little issue here and there, need some shape, maybe one place or another, need to be leaner, need to be better structured, need to be a little fatter and more muscular. Put your hands together for all these young people.
Results for Division III Class 3. First place goes to Ella Miller. Second place, Eli Gibson. Third, Robert Ford. Fourth, Lindsey Davis. Fifth, Chloe Wilson. Sixth, Heidi Rubush. Seventh, Torin Jones. Eighth, Campbell Bosserman. Ninth, Luke Sumner. And 10th, Lucy Williams. We're now going to have our Division III champion drive. We're going to bring back those individuals from classes 1, 2, and 3, Division III. If you're in Division 4 Class 1, make your way to the ready area. Division 4 Class 1, make your way to the ready area. As we line up our callbacks, we'd like to introduce our judge again for the 2025 State Fair Virginia Sheep Shows is Mr. Glenn Martin of Mason, Texas. Glenn grew up in Mason where his family roots date back to the 1860s. He attended Texas A&M University and was an accomplished collegiate meat and livestock evaluator. Glenn is married to Ray Ann, and they've raised 4 daughters through a ranching lifestyle. The Martin family raises competitive show goats, cattle, and Dorper sheep. Glenn has evaluated both breeding and market shows in 30 states, including numerous state fairs, as well as National Western, Fort Worth, Houston, Louisville, and the American Royal. He spends countless hours helping youth excel in the livestock world through clinics, seminars, and his Bracing for Success camps. Glenn is always into promoting agriculture and educating others about the animal industry. Let's again give a Virginia warm welcome to our judge this weekend, Mr. Glenn Martin. So from Division III Class 1, we have Brant Kibler and Casey Redifer. From Class 2, we have Hannah Cyphers and Ella Miller. And from Class 3, Ella Miller and Eli Gibson.
Well, reward these young people that are out in this drive, if you would. We've got a nice set of sheep comes out of these 130s. I'm going to call them classes. They're first class sheep. Well, we really have a high quality one in terms of his balance, his underlying quality, his freshness and shape. Lots of good there in that particular animal. The one that was second out of there, not as fresh in terms of his touch, not as unique in terms of his look up front, but really wide and stout and dense as well. Here out of the middle class, had an exceptional class winner, one that was just very dominant in terms of a quality look and build. Told you I'd like to see him just reach and go a bit better, maybe be a bit more limber, if you will, but very, very good in terms of his look and his touch. Progressively widens, extremely fresh. The one second out of that class got a little more upright in his joint work, not nearly as dynamic in his look or his freshness or his touch. Just talked the last class here. We've got a big-footed one that's shapely, high cutability, wider, stouter, denser from a muscularity standpoint comparative to the one that's second. The one in second was good-looking, needs to be pulled apart. Needs to be opened up and have a shot more shape into him. Out here, there's two I like significantly better than the rest. Class winner out of 2, that'll be your champ. Class winner out of 1, that'll be reserved.
Your Division III champ comes out of Class 2, exhibited by Hannah Cyphers. Your reserve comes out of Class 1, exhibited by Brant Kibler.
We roll these back up, and I think we've got some quality certainly in the trio. Of that trio, there's one that's just a bit better in terms of center body, a bit better in terms of composition, flexibility, and design. I like the one up front. Let's congratulate her.
So your Virginia bred champ was Brant Kibler as the reserve champion for the division, and your reserve Virginia bred also came from Class 1, exhibited by Casey Redifer. Rolling on into our 4th division of Blackface Market Lambs for their first class. We have Madison McLeod of Rockingham, Lucy Williams of Essex, Landon Kibler of Shenandoah, Chloe Wilson of Appomattox, Allison McLeod of Rockingham, Lizzie Zirkle of Shenandoah, Bo Earhart of Augusta, and Michael Dudding of Craig. We do want to take some time to thank our sponsors for this weekend for our youth livestock shows. It would not be possible without our sponsors. The State Fair of Virginia supports our youth livestock shows by providing this venue, covering our judges' expenses, and paying out over $35,000 in cash premiums and $28,500 in earned scholarships for exhibitors. First Bank and Trust has provided an exhibitor t-shirt for each of our exhibitors this week. This year's t-shirt has been created in memory of our friend and colleague and longtime State Fair of Virginia supporter, Casey Daniel. Farm Credit of the Virginias is providing water for our exhibitors and staff for the week. General sponsors for all of our shows are the Craig County Farm Bureau and Washington County Farm Bureau. Specifically for sheep, we have the following sponsors: LT Hart Incorporated, Freedom Ag and Energy Cooperative, Powell Valley National Bank, Campbell County Farm Bureau, Farmers and Merchants Bank, First Bank and Trust, First Community Bank, Brookwood Farm, the McCoy family, May Valley Club Lambs, Liberty Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Wanda Ziegler, Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Foster Foundation, Jmar Farm Feed and Seed, Hubbard Feeds and Showright, Rockbridge Cooperative, Burke Simmons, Ridgeview Contractors, Chris Sumner, Rockingham Petroleum, JBH Show Lambs, Skyline National Bank, Abingdon Equipment, NDT Trucking, Buchanan Oil, Griner Sisters, Heritage Farm Supply, Rockingham Cooperative, Beatty Club Lambs, Mountain View Farm Club Lambs, and Dominion Wood Preservers.
Well, the Blue Lamb comes out here and wins our class. Got some big ring pieces to him from an elevation and just balance and symmetry standpoint. Comparative to two, without question, he's smoother at his shoulder. He's more flexible and athletic in his build and his ability to move around the ring. He's extremely fresh. good to the touch. We could span him a shot wider from his last rib back to his hip if we just want to get real critical and picky. Could give him a shot more boldness just in his forearm as I step right in front of him. But that's a high quality look, high quality touch. Love the balance. He's more flexible than the one that comes in two. Very fresh, big bodied sheep that comes in two. Gets a little lower set in his neck. He's a little coarser at the point of his shoulder. For me, he needs to be a bit more athletic and agile in terms of how he moves. His shoulder angle gets a little up. He's a little tighter in terms of his hock placement. I want to see him just reach and go a bit better comparatively. We get right in behind that one. That one is wider, stifle to stifle. He has more leg shape than our class winner. That's a very good sheep. Just needs to move a bit better. Has to be a notch neater looking comparatively. That one that comes three just runs into a buzzsaw of a pair. He gets just a little plainer in his look, but he's very, very fresh to the touch. He's good in his top line. Here's one that proportions pretty good. Gets a little plainer in his lower chest, not as stout and dense and burly in terms of his leg work, but a nice one there as well. The one that comes next in class, young lady's done a good job. Big-ended kind of a sheep here. He has some freshness up top in terms of rack shape. Gets plainer looking. He's a little more moderate in terms of his bone work. Doesn't show us the big forearm, the shape that we want to see. Stouter option comes fifth in class. You like that one? I like that one too. Big-footed and stout. Big rack shape. You can see the edge of her loin right here. We've got to make that one more genuinely fresh. Last rib back to hip. Need to change her hock placement or back foot placement to move her up in class. That's good quality stock. Congratulate all the young people.
Results for Class 1 of Division 4. First place goes to Michael Dudding. Second place, Landon Kibler. Third place, Bo Earhart. Fourth, Lizzie Zirkle. Fifth, Allison McLeod. Sixth, Madison McLeod. Seventh, Chloe Wilson. And eighth, Lucy Williams. Entering the ring is Class 2 of Division 4. We have Chloe Wilson of Appomattox, Colton Thornton of Augusta, Ashton Baldwin of Culpeper, Logan Lance of Rockingham, Gannon Long of Rockingham, Heidi Rubush from Augusta, Abigail Miller from Wythe, Josephine Caldwell from Rockbridge, Willa Price from Fauquier, and Clara Elsey from Russell. Class 3 Division 4, please check in. Class 3 Division 4, please check in.
Well, a really competitive class, and we've got a set of high cutability sheep all the way down here into 5 and 6, and I like that about these particular animals, that we have some leanness and muscularity in them. And with that being said, we've got a nice set of sheep from a balance standpoint right here through our top 5. Things we want to change about each one of them, but certainly I think the highest quality class in terms of depth of class that we've seen. The one that leads off for me is the one that I think puts the most good things together, moves a bit better than the one that comes in 2 right there out of his shoulder, has more side shape and muscularity in his, from his stifle joint to the curvature of his leg than the one in 2. I think he's a bit just smoother down his top line. Is he perfect? No. Want to change him just a bit. His underline, want to drop him in the center to flank line look, but step in front of that one. He's big forearmed. He's big footed. He's robust in his cage. He's very fresh and shapely. Smoother back, a little longer hip. Definitely denser when you step into 3/4 look. The one that comes in 2, lean, muscular kind of sheep. One that's got some width, front to rear. I like that about him. You set him in motion. He's neater at his base of his chest and his lower shoulder than the one in 3. Without question, he's better last rib back to hip from a freshness standpoint than this one that comes in 3. I want to make him just a bit deeper in terms of his twist. I want to smooth his top line up just a bit. We get him out here. The one that comes in 3, I like that sheep from the side. I think that sheep's got a lot of quality, big-legged, one that's, as we prop him up here, tall-shouldered, one that's got a lot of good in terms of his look and his balance. He's more athletic than the one that comes in 4. I just want to make this one bigger, flatter, and deeper at the edge of his loin. He's got a good turn to his forearm. He's fresh up front. Just want to make him bigger, wider, and flatter there at the edge of his loin comparatively. The one that comes 4 in class, big-footed, stout, muscular. He's leaner and more shapely than the one directly in front of him. He's also rounder in his shoulder, longer in his shoulder. For me, gets a little rougher in his top line. Doesn't go as well as he needs to. I like that sheep standing still. I just want him to move a bit better. The one that comes next in class here to round out to 5, pretty practical, fundamentally good. He's got some width and flexibility. His rib cage is nice. He is lean and muscular. He's got to be stouter down low and balance up a bit better. Progressively, he's going to have to just be wider front to rear comparative to those out front. Nice set of sheep out here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate him.
For our second class in Division 4, first place goes to Josephine Caldwell, second to Clara Elsey, third Colton Thornton, fourth Abigail Miller, fifth Logan Lance, sixth Chloe Wilson, seventh Willa Price, eighth Heidi Rubush, ninth Ashton Baldwin, and 10th Gannon Long. Kylie Blevins, please check in. Kylie Blevins, please check in.
Well, a very good class of sheep again, and I like that. And I'm going to tell you, they're different sizes, and they don't all look the same out here, but they represent quality, and that's what I sort to. That's what I like to see, and I think natural selection. Just there's a real clear break to me there in our top four that come ahead in this particular class. The one I like to use is the one I think that combines structural integrity and balance and top line shape and freshness there to the highest degree. For me, he's definitely wider underneath and bolder in his forerib as he comes right to me than the 1 and 2. Without question, he's fresher across his loin, last rib back to hip, and one that just comes a bit punchier. I think as we set him in motion by proportion, he stays better in his top line out here, just from his top of his blade back to his hip. I think he's a little more collected there as we set him in motion. When it comes to in class, no doubt the wildest looking up front. I love to stand in front of that sheep and just look at his shallowness of chest up front. He's shapely and fresh right there behind his shoulder. He's got a big hip and pin set in him. One for me that gets flatter in his lower forerib. Without question, he's got to be fresher last rib back, in my opinion, in comparative to the one that goes ahead and wins our class. That's two exceptionally good sheep. The one that comes in 3, a little rounder bodied than the 1 in 2. For me, that one gets a little plainer in terms of our look. Want that one to just be a little fresher there at the edge of our loin, open him up just a bit as we stand directly in front of him. I think he's just a neater looking option for me than the one that comes here directly behind him. This one wants to just run downhill a bit, neck comes out a little low, shortens up in terms of his hip placement, wants to get his hock a bit straighter. I'd like to drop him in terms of his depth of twist. I'd like to just stouten him up, make him handle his back two a bit better. The one that rounds out our top 5, that's a pretty good sheep. Good line, good underline, very long hind saddle, nice and elevated, pretty fresh to the touch. Not as dynamic looking as the 4 that come out front, but that's a nice one as well. Good quality sheep down through this class. Congratulate these young people.
Results for our third class in Division 4. Avery Deacon. Second place, Kylie Blevins. Third place, Reagan Loker. Fourth place, Brent Kibler. Fifth, Maiden Sprouse. Sixth, Brooks Sign. Seventh, Ava Jenkins Hettinger. Eighth, Corrine Cooley. We're now going to have all of our callbacks for Division 4 for our champion drive. If you've noticed, we've been picking Virginia bred market lambs as part of our winners for each division. Within each market lamb division, a champion and reserve Virginia bred market lamb will be named. Eligibility as a Virginia bred market lamb will be determined based on official scrapie tags denoting flock of origin in Virginia. Following each division championship during the show, an additional division drive will take place to pick Virginia bred division winners. So in addition to our overall champion in reserves, we are picking Virginia bred market lambs today. Coming in the ring, first place from Class 1 is Michael Dudding. First place from Class 2, Josephine Caldwell. First place from Class 3, Avery Deacon. Second place for Class 1, Landon Kibler. Second place for Class 2, Clara Elsey. Second place for Class 3, Kylie Blevins. Division 5, Class 1, check in. Division 5, Class 1, check in.
Well, a good division of sheep here. They've stoutened them up, made them more shapely. We've got a good set here that comes out of these particular classes. There in the first class, a real unique one wins that class. Big feature, elevated, fresh back there across his rack. One that progressively widens. He's got a real good running gear just in terms of where he moves. I like where he sets in his chest comparative to his center body. I think he maintains a real level look as we go. The one behind him, big backed and wide and fresh as well, not as attractive in his lower shoulder, not as dynamic in his look, and doesn't get away quite as square there on his rear too. The one comes out of the middle class of this division. He's the best handling one out here in terms of freshness and spread and progression of width. He's very good. Got the big feet and feature, got the big wool, and that all looks nice. He, as you set him in motion, he tightens up there in his flank comparative to some. One for me that I'd like to keep him just a notch leveler as we go. He was smoother top line. He's better where he hooks his hip to his loin than the one that comes in back of him. That one in back is better in his center body just from a depth standpoint and flank line. It just makes a neater look as he runs up into his flank. I want to smooth his top line still. I want to make that one a little longer hipped and just make him move a bit better in terms of reach and go here as we walk him in the ring. Just out of the last class, a real practical, good-bodied sheep that spreads wide. He's true and he's square. That's good livestock. He's very genuine in terms of width, in terms of progression of width and flexibility. He does a lot of things right. The one that comes behind him, very shapely racked, big across the seat of his pants in terms of stifle shape. Handles his rear wheel just a little different for me, and he flattens just a bit in his forerib or lower forerib, if you will. So for me, there's decisions to make out here. Where do they balance up and how good are they? Where do they handle? How's their running gear? And we set them in motion. How do they look? And I think there's a pair of them that come ahead and just do more things right in my mind from a meat animal standpoint and genuine basics. Put your hands together for all the kids out here, if you would. To my liking, young man up front, he's got our division champion. I think it gets really tight there amongst the trio that come to the front line. I think you've got to decide where priorities sit and where we want to be just from a balance and look and ability to move and maintain that standpoint. Young lady right here, she's got our reserve.
All right, your champion in reserve for Division 4. Your champion is Michael Dudding from Class 1. Your reserve is Avery Deacon from Class 3. We'll now pull back some Virginia-bred lambs from our previous classes to pick our Virginia-bred champion in reserve. Your Virginia-bred champion comes from Class 2. That Virginia-bred champ was exhibited by Clara Elsey from Russell County. And your reserve Virginia-bred, also from Class 2, exhibited by Colton Thornton. Moving into our fifth division, our first class of Division 5, we'll have Samantha Wills from Fluvanna, Brent Kibler from Shenandoah, Kylie Blevins from Washington, Sadie Ann Osborne from Smith, Allison McLeod from Rockingham, Caitlin Mayberry of Campbell, Abigail Miller from Wythe, Sutton Swecker of Rockingham, and Bowen Evers from Augusta. Division 5 Class 2, please check in. Division 5 Class 2, check in.
Well, a very good class of sheep here as well, and I think we've got some muscularity and quality here. Uh, these come to us up front just in terms of neater balance packages and a pair of them that I think sort ahead just off of balance and the way they handle, their freshness of touch, their levelness of hip as they move. They're better than 3. They're fresher loin than 4. They're certainly more elevated, neater out of their breastplate and square in their knees than 5. With that being said, there's one that dominates in terms of his look from the side, his body density, his cylindrical shape in his cage, his neatness at the point of his shoulder. That's the black pointed lamb right here. You get right on top of that one. He's shapely, he's fresh, he's smooth in his handle and his touch. He's good when you get right in front of him and look at him in his chest floor. He's wider, he's bolder in his forearm, he's stouter, and then you take him and set him in motion. He doesn't disappoint you. He maintains his collected look from the side. He's flexible. He's good in terms of where he sets and goes. The one that comes in two is arguably the biggest legged when you get right in behind him. I like that about that sheep. He gets a little narrower coming right to you. His breastbone points out just a bit. He's not as dominant. Not as invasive when he comes into the ring and walks right to you as that one that goes ahead and wins. He's not as round bodied. He's not as big in terms of his spread up high, but that's a very good sheep. He's more practical and functional in his rear leg and hock placement than the one that comes directly behind him. And we set that one in motion. He maintains a better look out through his dock. He's better in terms of hock angle and joint work than the one that's 3. Big shape sheep comes in 3. High cut ability sheep, not as good for me in terms of his underline. Hock doesn't handle as well. Feet get a little flat. Hip gets a little round and short comparatively. Want to change those things about him. He's fresher loin than the one that comes directly behind him. This 1 and 4 is a really good looking sheep. Elevated, tucked up in his chest, good in his forerib. Here's one that has to be fresher and bolder, last rib back to hip. I like him so much better right out the front skeleton than the 1 and 5. I think he sets here. Front skeleton, he's neater, he's better, he's square in his knee and in his placement of feet to the ground. He's bolder and denser. He's a longer spine, longer hind saddle, higher cut ability sheep. This one that comes in 5 is more similar to what I like just from a collected density of body look. Here's the fact. He's a little frailer down low. His chest comes out. He gets a little lower set in his neck. You get right in front of him. Boy, he really closes up in his knee. I want to make him better there and square as he comes to me. He's fat, but he's not that shapely in terms of where his rack sits and the edge of his loin. I just want him to be a little more in condition. Good stock out here. Congratulate the young people.
Results for Class 1 of Division 5. First place goes to Kylie Blevins. Second place, Sutton Swecker. Third, Abigail Miller. Fourth, Caitlin Mayberry. Fifth, Brant Kibler. Sixth, Allison McLeod. Seventh, Bowen Evers. Eighth, Samantha Wills. And ninth, Sadie Ann Osborne. In the ring now is our second class for Division 5. We have Sedona Sifford of Fauquier, Emma Wood of Page, Colton Spangler of Floyd, Whitley Kopp of Washington, Selma Gomez of Gloucester, Josephine Caldwell of Rockbridge, Carter Evers from Augusta, Rachel DeBoer of Madison, and Clara Elsey from Russell. Division 5, Class 3, please check in. Division 5, Class 3, check in.
Well, the one to lead off with, first of all, competitive class. Second of all, things I want to change about each one of them. The most fault free one sits here in front. He's the one that's skeletally the best of the top trio. Here's the one that's still square back, progressively widens, is fresh up top, and has the right kind of look and underline and chest up into him from the side. He's not the densest muscled here per se, not the biggest footed here, but I think by combination, if you build them at the surface, they have to function and they have to move in your mind. I think it's logic that that one starts right up here at the front. The one that comes in two, not good enough looking in his lower chest to beat that one. One that I like quite a bit just in terms of forerib and rack shape. For me, he's not quite fresh enough in terms of his loin edge. He tests the limits of what I accept from a width standpoint going away from behind, but he still remains into his skeleton. He's got a great big hip in him. He's fresh backed right there over his rack. Just want to change him down low in terms of his chest floor. Decisions for me. The best one, bar none, standing still, and the most shapely one, bar none, is the one that comes out three in class. And if you want to say all those things, I'll give it to you. I'm going to say them too. That thing is awesome ribbed. He's awesome racked. He's awesome loin. He's awesome in terms of his leg shape. He's good in terms of his balance and his underline. For me, I'm a livestock guy, and that thing's got to be able to go. And his shoulders up, his knees forward, his hocks tight. I've got to loosen that sheep up, and if we loosen that sheep up, that's a big ring player. I mean, he's the kind I like everywhere, except that for me right there, he stumbles going around the ring. I can't handle that. The one that comes four in class, good sheep, flexible, one that's very fresh right there behind his shoulder. Right there, last rib back to hip. He fades out too much for me. Want to freshen that guy there. Nice sheep comes next in class, a little fresher loin. I told the young lady, just planes out a bit up front, hock posture and back foot. Want to make him a little more dynamic in terms of his look. We still got good sheep all the way down here. It's a very competitive class. If you would, congratulate these kids.
Results for the second class for Division 5. First place goes to Carter Evers. Second, Clara Elsey. Third, Josephine Caldwell. Fourth, Emma Wood. Fifth, Rachel DeBoer. Sixth, Sedona Sifford. Seventh, Whitley Kopp. Eighth, Colton Spangler. And ninth, Selma Gomez. Our third and final class in Division 5, we have Sedona Sifford of Fauquier, Hannah Cyphers from Washington, Casey Redifer from Grayson, Kenna Kearns from Frederick, Colton Thornton from Augusta, Alyssa Kopp from Washington, Josephine Caldwell from Rockbridge, Hayden Wells from Rockbridge, Clara Elsey from Russell, Lily Poyser from Shenandoah, and Carly Buchanan from Augusta. Division 6 Class 1, please check in. Division 6 Class 1, you'll be after our division drive for our champion drive for Division 5. Division 5 Classes 1 and 2, first and second places, please report back to the ready area. Division 5 Classes 1 and 2.
Well, another competitive class and quality sheep all the way down here. We've got real muscular sheep all the way to 6, and I think that's a very good representation of where you're at from a quality standpoint at your state fair, particularly this year. The one I choose to lead off with, that's the one that's got the best cage. He's the one that's got the best forerib. He's the one that's got the best chest floor in him. That's the one of the trio here that sets the best in terms of his lower forerib and underline. For me, I'd like to freshen his loin edge ever so slightly to make him that much better. But that's a high-end sheep. I like his look. I like his flexibility. His balance is exceptional. The one that comes in 2 is more shapely than the one in 3. He's more genuine in terms of his cylindrical cage. He's more tucked up in his breastplate. He's better in his underline and flank as we progress back into the back half of his skeleton. I like that sheep from a shape and dimension standpoint right out of his right. He's shapely from the side here in terms of stifle joint and side shape. For me, comparatively, he dries up just a bit more in terms of the edge to his loin. Not as good in terms of his underline. The one that comes in 3, big-footed, stout, rugged kind of a creature here. One that gets a little longer shouldered, a little tighter and drier in his flank. I'd like to freshen him there, and I'd like to freshen the edge of his loin. Comparatively, I'd like to make him a little wider stifle to stifle those that come ahead and front. The one that comes next in class, that's a really nice sheep in terms of his cylindrical body shape and cage. Didn't think he got around as well as those that come out in front. You can see he's a little knee forward, a touch blade forward. He doesn't move his back leg with the flexibility we saw there, but that's a very nice one in terms of body type. He's better shouldered. He's leveler out of his dock, and he's not quite as round skeletally on both ends as the one that comes in 5. He's fresher in terms of his skin and his touch. This is a big, robust sheep, great big cage, tons of muscle. Want it to fit together just a little bit better. He wants to round for me a little out the front skeleton, rounds a bit more in his hip. Not as good touching from a skin and texture standpoint, but good sheep out here. We've got another real punchy one here I'll talk about. That one's got lots of dimension in terms of width and cage. Needs to go a little bit better, has to be a little bigger here comparatively when we talk about size and scale and elevation and extension. We had good sheep all the way down. I visited with the kids. Put your hands together for all of them.
For your third and final class in Division 5, first place goes to Hannah Cyphers, second place Clara Elsey, third place Josephine Caldwell, fourth place Alyssa Kopp, fifth place Carly Buchanan, sixth Kenna Kearns, seventh Lily Poyser, eighth Hayden Wells, ninth Colton Thornton, 10th Sedona Sifford, and 11th Casey Redifer. We're now going to bring back in our first and second places for our champion drive for Division 5. First place Class 1, Kylie Blevins. First place Class 2, Carter Evers. First place Class 3, Hannah Cyphers. Second place Class 1, Sutton Swecker. Second place Class 2, Clara Elsey. Second place Class 3, Clara Elsey. Division 6 Class 1, please check in. Division 6 Class 1, check in.
Well, in terms of depth of classes and quality of sheep all the way down the line, I think certainly the strongest division as a whole that we've had out here today. And we bring our first and seconds out, and they're sure not disappointing to me from a practicality and function standpoint. And then from those that have the right kind of running gear and show ring presence and balance and symmetry, we've got a real quality set that we have here in this particular grouping. If you would put your hands together for all the young ladies that are out here that have their lambs coming in your division drive. They're out of the first division, a real unique one, first class, a real unique one, excuse me, that is extra big down low and very cylindrical in terms of his cage, very fresh backed. To the world of sheep, we can make him maybe a notch taller just in terms of where he sets his shoulder as he runs around the ring. We could probably draw him one button longer in his hip if we wanted to make him perfect, but that's a very nice sheep that comes out of that division, out of that class, excuse me, and one that's just got the right kind of shape and touch and cage. You get right in front of that one, boy, that one comes to you wide. He's smooth, he's dimensional, and still up and neat. The one that was second out of that class, a really big hipped, very, very shapely sheep when you step in behind him. Good in his underline. Long spine, very long hind saddle kind of a lamb. Wasn't quite as dimensional in terms of his chest width or his body cage there and his forerib, but a very nice one there. One that handles exceptionally well. He progresses wide from his rack back across his loin and out through his hip and dock. Here out of the second class, we had a really long-bodied one that's sound and functional. He's fresh in terms of his rack shape, his edge to his loin. He moves good. He balances up good. He's neat in his chest. He's level in his line up top. Gives up some shape to some of these around him, just sheer muscularity, but that's a very, very nice lamb here. The one that was second out of that class, a little rougher there where he hooks his hip to his loin. Not as neat in terms of where he sets his lower chest and shoulder. Neck comes out just a shot low comparatively. And like I said, he tests the limits of width, but he maintains a flexible hock and movement from the side. Here out of our last class, high-end sheep that comes ahead and wins that class. Good in terms of his body type and cage. He too is big down low, big in terms of his rack shape, good in his cylindrical body and cage. Not quite as good there just from a freshness standpoint out the back edge of his loin as some of these that stand here, but that's exceptional high quality livestock. I like that one's movement, his balance, his look as well. Just talked the 1 and 2 shapely back kind of a sheep. One for me that wasn't quite as good just in terms of his flank line, one that wasn't quite as good in terms of where he sets the end of his dock there as we set him in motion, but a nice one there. Needed to freshen that one's loin edge up. I still think that. These are very good high quality stock. I appreciate the opportunity to sort this particular division. I'm proud of them out here. I think they're practical, they're useful, they're functional, and they're market livestock and they're market ready. So put your hands together one more time for the young people. My favorite out here is the blue one out of the first class. My second favorite's a class winner out of the last class.
Your champion for Division 5, exhibited by Kylie Blevins from Class 1. Your reserve champion out of Class 3, exhibited by Hannah Cyphers. We're now going to bring in a couple more sheep for our Virginia bred champion in reserve drive. Your Virginia bred champion came from Class 1, which was Sutton Swecker of Rockingham, and your Virginia bred reserve came from Class 2, exhibited by Clara Elsey. We're about to start our final division for today. So if you were a division champion or reserve or a Virginia bred champion or reserve earlier in the day, you'll want to be close to the ready area. This is our final division, Division 6. Entering the ring for Class 1 Division 6, we have Avery Deacon from Rockbridge, Carter Evers from Augusta, Kylie Blevins from Washington, Emma Donnelly from Clark, Emma Wood from Page, Carter Evers from Augusta, Clara Elsey from Russell, Campbell Bosserman from Nelson, and Bradley Murphy from Gloucester. Division 6 Class 2, please check in. Class 2, Division 6.
With another very good class here to start out this particular group and division. And I think there's give and takes and trade offs. So, one thing I'm certain of is I like the balance, the body type, the build of the one that leads off the best. And I tell you, he progressively widens. He's shapely up high. He's got the biggest spread in his hip and the center of his leg. He's got the most side shape and still puts the most good things together, combinations in terms of flexibility, balance, presence, and look. If I'm going to change him, I want to lean him up ever so slightly in his forearm, right there in his body wall. I'd like to just harden him up a touch, but that's a very, very good sheep. The one that comes in two is a very high cutability sheep, very shapely, spread significantly bigger from his last rib to his hip than the one in three, significantly leaner over his body wall and in his forerib than the one in three. For me, I want to make him bolder, wider, denser, stouter comparative to our class winner, but that's a good lamb, comes in two. The one in three gets a little more challenged in elevation up front in terms of his lower chest. He's a little shorter necked. He's a little shorter hipped. I'd like to lean that one up significantly to move him up toward the front of this class. He's got a great big body. He's got big shape. Deceptively, he's not as big loined as the pair that comes out front of him. I'd like to spread him wider, last rib to hip. I'd like to lean him up just a bit. Huge racked one, awesome ribbed one comes next in class. I'm going to be consistent with he's got to move better. We set this one in motion. He really gets low out of his front end. I want to keep him elevated higher. He's got to be longer hipped, has to be more flexible out of both ends of his skeleton in order for me to get him moved up. If we can do that, I love the body type in this one. Incredible rack shape in this particular individual, but he's got to go a bit better. Round out the top five with one that's cool looking. One that's flexible, not wide enough comparative to the four in front of him. He's got to be more genuine in terms of his cage, his loin edge, and right there in the seat of his pants. But good quality stock. Visited with all of them. Great class. Congratulate the young people.
Results for our first class in Division 6. First place goes to Emma Donnelly. Second, Carter Evers. Third, Kylie Blevins. Fourth, Avery Deacon. Fifth, Clara Elsey. Sixth, Emma Wood. Seventh, Campbell Bosserman. And eighth, Bradley Murphy. As we welcome in our second class of Division 6, if you were a division champ or reserve champion, if you were a Virginia bred champion or reserve champion from divisions 1 through 5, please make your way to the ready area, be on your way. We'll have our overall champion drive after Division 6. Here in this class, Class 2 in Division 6, we have Leighton Lilly of Rockbridge, Mackenzie Baldwin of Culpeper, Daniel James from Madison, Maddie Evers from Augusta, Colton Spangler from Floyd, Brant Kibler from Shenandoah, Jamison Rivard from Fauquier, and Josephine Caldwell from Rockbridge. Division 6, Class 3, please check in. Division 6, Class 3, check in.
Another good class. Two very good sheep here at the front, and taking nothing away from three on down. But they come in, and I think they just uh, get ahead of them in terms of their look, in terms of how they handle right out the back of their blade and freshness. This one that leads off, this thing has got huge, huge feet and legs. And if you want to complain that he didn't have the most wool, well, I'm sorry for you, because the reality is his running gear is gigantic. Some of the bigger feet I've seen in here, that thing is awesome in terms of how he touches. He is lean. He's big racked. He's the biggest loined out here, bar none, not close. And that thing's got tons and tons of good things working for him here, in my opinion. Pick on him a bit. Hey, if you want to say we want to bump him up just a bit in his chest floor, I don't really believe that. For me, I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip ever so slightly. I think that's where I'd pick at that guy. I'm telling you, his handle is impeccable. We could push the point of his breastbone back into him. From a flexibility standpoint, no doubt, he's sounder than the 1 and 2. His feet point north and south. This one comes out and points a little east and west, both ends of his skeleton. Comes a little more rigid out of his shoulder and knee. His hock angle's a little straight. Very good in terms of his cylindrical cage and his shape at his rack. Rounds just a bit at his loin comparative to our class winner. Want to drop his flank ever so slightly. The one that comes 3 in class, big shape in this guy. Very fresh, pretty lean, like that sheep. Set him in motion. He drops his front end a bit. Gets a little more up and down in terms of shoulder angle. One that comes next in class, he has some shape there at his rack. One that planes out a little more for me in terms of length of shoulder. I want to change that one there. I want to make him just a shot more dynamic in terms of his shape. Want him to look just a little better up front. The one that rounds out the top 5, that thing's got a good turn to his forerib. He's got big rack shape. Got the kind of sheep that you want to put your hands on, and he handles exceptionally well, deceptively well, I should say. Get right in front or behind. Hey, we have to open that guy up, but from a meat animal standpoint, the ability for that one to get to the rail, I think he's pretty good livestock. Got good sheep over here. Talk to the young people. They got to be fresher and have more muscle shape. Let's put our hands together for them.
Results for our Class 2 in Division 6. First place goes to Josephine Caldwell. Second place, Maddie Evers. Third place, Daniel James. Fourth place, Brant Kibler. Fifth, Leighton Lilly. Sixth, Colton Spangler. Seventh, Mackenzie Baldwin. And eighth, Jamison Rivard. Our final class of the day, Division 6, Class 3, we have Kylie Blevins from Washington, Logan Castellano from Loudon, Evelyn Dudding from Craig, Olivia Fisher from Shenandoah, Elizabeth Summers of Page, Chloe Ayler of Madison, Kenna Kearns of Frederick, Kenley Ayler of Madison, and Chuck Connor from Nottoway. We need all of our division champion and reserves and Virginia bred champion and reserves to please check in the ready area. Be ready for our grand champion drive after the Division 6 champion drive. Coming up next.
Well, a good way to finish out an exceptional show here with the young people that you have in this particular class. If we can bring 4 and 5 back around, uh, we'll talk about those as well. One that leads off this class, that thing's got an incredible cage in him. He's got a great big fresh rack. He's big and fresh at the edge of his loin. I don't like how he dips there at his loin to hip when she gets into him. I do like his ability to move. I like his density down low. I like his mass in terms of his genuine bone work and foot size a bit better than those that come behind. I like his underline quality as well. He spans bigger at his rack. He's bigger at his loin edge than the 1 and 2. For me, he's better underline and balanced and functions his hock better than the one that comes in 3. I think just by combination, he sits here for me. If we could lengthen him out of his dock, I think that would make him work, look just a bit better, probably help the way he hooks up. He wants to drop the edge of his loin as he blends it to his hip, albeit big. Thick and dense. The one that comes 2 in class, a neater looking, more mobile option of the pair between 2 and 3. I like the way that he sets up into his chest. I like his underline just a bit better than the one that comes 3 in class. I think this one in 2 functions a bit better out of his rear 2 in the way he moves his hock. He's just got more flexibility there, but he probably gives up some shape and some edge in terms of his loin to the one that sets in 3. He's not as big pinned as that lamb that comes 3 in class. This 1 in 3 is extremely tall shouldered, one that's very, very flat backed. I like that about him. He spans really big and flat across his loin. Probably the biggest loined one of the top 3, just in my opinion. Gets a little flatter in his cage down low, runs down into his chest from the center of his body, dries up a bit more in his flank line, set him in motion. He doesn't reach and go and grab dirt with his back leg the way we see that pair in front, but that's a very high cutability sheep, high end in terms of his look, and very level spine. He comes to us just more genuine shape than the 2 that come behind. This one that sets in 4. We got to open that one's cage up, give him more shape and dimension, more edge to his loin. A bigger loined option comes next in class, but one that for me just gets a little weird in how he handles his back leg. I want to drop him in the seat of his pants and give him more shape there, coming and going. But good quality stock out here, nice class, very good trio there at the front. Congratulate these young people.
For our final class for today, first place goes to Kylie Blevins, second to Olivia Fisher, third, Chloe Ayler, fourth, Evelyn Dudding, fifth, Kenna Kearns, sixth, Kinley Ayler, seventh, Elizabeth Summers, eighth, Logan Cassiano, and ninth, Chuck Connor. We'll now bring back our first and second places for Division 6 for our drive. First place from Class 1, Division 6, Emma Donnelly. First place, Class 2, Josephine Caldwell. First place, Class 3, Kylie Blevins. Second place, Class 1, Carter Evers. Second place, Class 2, Maddie Evers. Second place, Class 3, Olivia Fisher.
Well, we've got a very strong division drive here. I think it's been the forte all day to have good ones out here on the front end. Uh, Agree or disagree with the way I organize them. What we see is what we get, and I'm proud of them. I think the young people have done an excellent job here in this particular division, and I'm impressed with the way that we've kept these six out here lean and good in terms of cutability, high end in terms of look, and as sound and practical as we can get them. Here up front, out of that first class, had a real unique one just in terms of his look and his build. His natural width's incredible, still very, very shapely and fresh. Told you if I could just pick on him a scotch, I'd probably lean him just a bit there over his body wall, but that one's very high quality, fun to look at out here, and just comes in a show ring ready package. The one that was second out of that particular class, no slouch, leaner, just a little a shot deeper and flatter in his lower forerib, not as dimensional from a width, dimension, muscularity standpoint as you get right in behind him, but that's a nice sheep. Here out of that second class, we had multiple sheep in there that had lots of quality to them. The leanest, most shapely, best touching, biggest loined one, biggest footed. He come to the surface here, and he gives up some wool, and that bothers a few people. Doesn't bother me. That one's got feet and running gear for days. He does protrude his breastplate out just a little bit comparatively, and if you get on a 3/4, you can see the skin of his chest setting just a nickel lower in his elbow than where we probably would be ideal. But that one is high end. I love the cutability and the touch of that particular animal. He's more flexible than the 1 and 2. He's fresher and bigger at the edge of his loin than the 1 and 2, and I like those things about him. That 1 and 2 is more tucked up and neater in terms of his forerib. He comes just a little bit more rigid out of front and back. I'd like to make him just a notch more limber in where he goes around the ring. Another real unique one comes here out of our last class. Extremely punchy, neat in his chest floor, big in his center, very, very shapely. It's a little different how he hits his loin edge to his hip. It's big and it's fresh, but it wants to fade a little. I wish he just maintained a leveler look there, last rib back to the end of his dock. I'm sure they do too. That one has incredible shape. He's awesome in terms of his underline, extremely flexible. When you see that much muscle in sheep, you always question how are they going to handle their back leg. That one reaches and catches the dirt, has the right kind of set in his hock and pasture, and to be durable forever. And he certainly made it to the I'm going to guess 160s here in this particular grouping. The one that was second behind him, not as big and bold in terms of his cage or his width, not as expansive there and quite as fresh right down his top, but a nice one as well. Really good stock out here. Congratulate him if you will. I'll show you the two that I like the best.
Your champion for Division 6 will come out of Class 1, exhibited by Emma Donnelly. Your reserve for Division 6 comes out of Class 3, exhibited by Kylie Blevins. We'll now choose our Virginia bred champion in reserve for Division 6. Your Virginia bred comes out of Class 3, exhibited by Olivia Fisher. Your reserve Virginia bred also comes out of Class 3. Exhibited by Chloe Ayler. It's now time for our overall division grand champion market lamb drive. We're going to be calling back in all of our winners from each division. While we get those ready, we do want to thank our sponsors for this weekend, specifically for the sheep shows. Our sponsors include First Bank and Trust, who provided all the exhibitors a t-shirt. We also want to thank the State Fair of Virginia for this venue and judges' expenses, scholarships, and cash premiums. Farm Credit of the Virginias provided water for exhibitors and staff for all this week. Our sheep show specific sponsors include LT Hart Incorporated, Freedom Ag and Energy Cooperative, Powell Valley National Bank, Campbell County Farm Bureau, Farmers and Merchants Bank, First Bank and Trust, First Community Bank, Brookwood Farm, May Valley Club Lambs, Liberty Club Lambs, Umbarger Feeds, Wanda Ziegler, Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Foster Foundation, J. Mar Farm Feed and Seed, Hubbard Feeds and Showright, Rockbridge Cooperative, Burke Simmons, Ridgeview Contractors, Chris Sumner, Rockingham Petroleum, JBH Show Lambs, Skyline National Bank, Abingdon Equipment, NDT Trucking, Buchanan Oil, Griner Sisters, Heritage Farm Supply, Rockingham Cooperative, Beatty Club Lambs, Mountain View Farm Club Lambs, Dominion Wood Preservers, and Bagoon Farm. In our overall Grand Champion Market Lamb Drive, we will go down to 5th overall Market Lamb, and we will call back our Virginia bred Market Champion in reserve as well. Entering the ring for our Grand Champion Market Lamb Drive from Division 1 Champion Evelyn Duddig from Craig County, Division 2 Champion Emma Donnelly from Clark, Division 3 Champion Hannah Cyphers, Washington County, Division 4 Champion Michael Duddig from Craig, Division 5 Champion Kylie Blevins of Washington, and Division 6 Champion Emma Donnelly from Clark. Reserve Champion Division 1, Charity Osborne of Smith County. Reserve Champion Division 2, Sawyer Wilkins, Rockingham. Division 3 Reserve Champion Brant Kibler, Shenandoah. Division 4 Reserve Avery Deacon from Rockbridge. Division 5 Reserve Hannah Cyphers from Washington. Division 6 Reserve Kylie Blevins from Washington. Our additional Virginia bred champions in reserve should also be in the ready area. Virginia bred champion reserves from each division, please make sure you're in the ready area. Second call, any Virginia champion in reserves from divisions 1 through 6, please be in the ready area. Virginia champion in reserve, Virginia bred.
Well, as we get these set back there in that reserve line, first off, I want to tell you kids, congratulations for being here. Congratulations for getting this far in your career. I said thank you to each one of these kids, and I know some are just helping, but I tell you what they all said. I said congrats on being here. Thank you for helping, and every one of them said thank you. And it's important that they have that in their system, and that's a testament to you as parents, as helpers, as agents, as family, as supporters of the program, as supporters of kids. And it's extremely important that we don't lose sight of what we're doing in this particular ring, and that's raising young people with lambs. And I think it's a great thing that you're doing. You know, it's near and dear to my heart to evaluate livestock, and I see them the way I see them, and I like them the way I like them because of where I live, who raised me, who trained me, where I grew up, the kind of sheep that we run, and it's just what works for me. I've got an extensive meats background. I like livestock that has some quality from a meat animal standpoint. I think as an industry, maybe in this particular setting, we've lost sight of that amongst us people that get to evaluate. And I've always tried to talk that, to make it relevant, and to utilize it in placing. So that's something that I like to do, and that I think is critical that we don't forget. We're raising young people, but we're raising protein. This is a product for consumption, and that's where we stand, and I want to keep that at the forefront of my mindset. I also want to tell you that the show ring is a place to me for exceptionalism. And beyond the basics, I think exceptionalism and display of that is where we stand today. And we have an exceptional set of livestock here. There's things I'd like to change about each one of them. I've talked about each one. I've told you little minute things that I'd like to see different in them. I did that all the way down in classes, and reality is you got one person's opinion today of the livestock you're holding. As I've told multiple people, when I step into the ring to evaluate stock, I have no friends, and I'm consistent with that. And anybody that thinks they need to get their payback in a show ring from an evaluator standpoint, they missed me by a mile. I'll pay you what I owe you, but I'm not going to pay you back in the show ring. I've got to be true to myself. I have to be true to my Lord and Savior, and I've got to pick them the way I see them. And I think when you do that, you end up with a set that looks like this that you're tickled with, the kind that you think are so genuine and so good, and still have the basics covered, the exceptionalism, the eliteness. It's definitely here. I want to say thank you once again to Dr. Greiner, and I'm going to call it his crew, whether it is or isn't. Well, we've got some awesome ring help, and I've had for a couple of days. We've got great people working up here, keeping track of everything at our table. We've got a great set of people out back that are getting you lined up. That's the only way the show works, is if we have all of these people present, and not just present, but working towards the common good of these young people that are here in this ring. I want to say thank you to all you parents, ag agents, county extension agents, teachers, friends, helpers, folks, breeders that help these kids excel at their sport, and that's what we're doing. We're just playing the game here. I appreciate the opportunity once again. I want to say thank you. Let's put our hands together for ringside. Let's thank all of our sponsors. Let's thank all of our support group, our volunteers, and let's definitely thank these kids. Now to the stock. Well, we started off the day good. High quality stock here out of this particular breed division. One that hit me hard in there just from a balance and symmetry standpoint. Flexible, high quality, and set the stage. That's a good animal. Set the stage for where we headed today. In my mind, we had a nice reserve back here in the back, a little denser in terms of footwork, but one that didn't hook up quite as neat, wasn't quite as good down his top. Neck didn't come out quite as high, but tremendous amount of shape and cutability and product, and a very neat package there in the back. Out of this next division that we had, boy, we had a unique one there. in terms of his rib cage and his balance from the side. That one's got incredible symmetry. He's very long spine and still keeps it all together. Very shapely, touches good, fresh, one that moves his feet and legs good, and I thought pretty dominant in that division. We come out reserve with one that's got an extremely big, bold rib cage, fresh back, neat loin edge in him. Not quite as dynamic in his look from the side, but very good in his lines, a long hind saddle kind of a sheep, and one that's very functional at the surface. Here with the next one, a young lady here in a Flowerty shirt. I thought she dominated that division with that particular lamb, cylindrical caged, very shapely up high, lean and fresh. One that for me, I told you I wanted to see him just a bit maybe more limber. It's not that his hock angle is bad in my opinion. It's that I just wanted to see him maybe reach and go a bit better there out of his rear two. Get him back out here, and he's certainly in contention in my opinion. The one reserved there, young man in blue shirt and a back head, good stock, big feet and legs, one that's flat spine, good in his underline. Touched back good, not as dynamic looking, not quite as ring ready, and not as much shape as our division champion here. Blue sheep with the black legs directly in front. The young man has extremely tall shouldered lamb, one that moves well, very shapely, one that's just very high end in terms of his elevation and his look. His flexibility is good. Need to be just a notch fresher at the edge of his loin. Followed up behind that one with one that doesn't look the same, but is very good in terms of structure and his movement. He proportions very well, albeit for one that's a little shorter legged. And that young lady can be proud of having that one there in the back line, big caged and shapely, very good in terms of his athleticism. Here out of our next division, young lady with the other natural lamb here, big cage, big shape, very fresh, elevated up front. Told you we could lengthen him out of his dock ever so slightly if we wanted to change that one, but he's mobile. He's balanced. He proportions good. He's very shapely. Handles good there. Reserve with one that came behind him, one that pushes his chest down just a little, ever so slightly. Not as big in terms of his foot or his bone work. Not as cylindrical in his cage, but a very good one there in the back line. And then here out of our last division, just picked these, talked about them. A very unique critter out here that's got big feet, big feature, an exceptional cage. His mobility's awful good. He's big and fresh across his back. Told you if I was just going to pick on that one, I'd want to lean him up maybe ever so slightly in his forerib or his rib cage there, but one that is very, very high end. Like the look, the mobility, and the design. Plus, I like that one in terms of his shape and his sheer width and mass. Come reserve out of there with another one that's got great big paws. Moves exceptionally well for one that dense. Tremendous in terms of his shape. Wanted him to be maybe he's a knucklehead. I wanted him to hook up just a bit better, loin edge to hip here compared to some that we have out. But very good stock out here. That's just how I see him. I want you to understand that everybody can have their opinion. I asked one of my exhibitors in the ring today, I said, what's your favorite color? She said, blue. I said, I hate blue. I said, do you understand how this works? And she said, it makes sense. So you drove right. You couldn't put me in a Dodge if you gave it to me. Sorry about that, Dodge fans. Some of you would hate the GMC I drive every day. That's okay. We get to pick our kind. I got my kind. They're standing here. Congratulate the kids. We'll get you a top 5.
Your grand champion Market Lamb comes out of that Division 6, exhibited by Emma Donnelly of Clark County. Overall reserve comes out of Division 5, exhibited by Kylie Blevins from Washington County. Third overall comes out of that Division III, exhibited by Hannah Cyphers of Washington County. Your fourth overall comes out of Division IV, exhibited by Michael Dudding. Your fifth overall lamb comes out of Division II, exhibited by Emma Donnelly of Clark County. We're now going to reset. We need to pick our Virginia bred champion and reserve market lambs. We're going to bring those back in.
Carly Buchanan in fifth, Whitley Kopp in fourth, Daisy Jo Gay in third, and then Kylie Blevins second and first. How you want to do it? You can start first. Yes.
Okay. While they're setting up for the Virginia bred, we do have current standings and winners for the Virginia Showmaster Circuit Top Sheep. In fifth place, Carly Buchanan. Fourth place, Whitley Kopp. Third place, Daisy Gay. And second and first by Kylie Blevins. Our Virginia bred champion comes out of Division V, exhibited by Sutton Swecker. And let's give one more round of applause for our judge, Mr. Glenn Martin, for this weekend. Our Virginia bred reserve champion, also out of that Division 5 by Clara Elsey. No, 4. Division 4. Yeah. That concludes our Market Lamb show for this evening.